Yo, what's up? This one looks angry. How you doing? Good morning. Where am I putting the fish that I'm fishing? Makes sense it would be there. Why are those in this storage? Huh? Oh, I can't sell these, can I? I probably already have histories in there. I don't. RBF group 2. Yeah, so same as these guys. So these have 8. These have 7. I don't know what the fuck I have those in that storage for. Yeah, so put them back in there. Ah, shit. Ooh, another transcendent box tonight, eh? A third 100k or a second 50k from it. From what? Holy fuck. It's probably related to what I just said. Just a bit off from my... Did I miss a message? I feel like I missed a message, BC. Last day of you better carry this absolute trash cans if you want to reach your goal. Yeah, last day of Solera coming up. I do not have time to play. I didn't have time to play last night. I do not have time to play tonight. I just, you know, gotta hope and pray. 1759. All I want is another outfit for my scholar. So I don't think it'll move up this many points, but shit, you never know. You never fucking know. Yeah. Well, you don't. When you play to push, if you're a really good player, then great. But if you're just like an average player like me, don't sweat it too much. Just play to have fun, play to meet people, see how high you can get. Try to get better, but don't like focus on the elo itself. Because yeah, that'll mental boom you. Plus, you'll end up just making more enemies in the game. And then it'll piss you off even more when those same people are on the other team and then they whoop your ass. And yeah, it just snowballs. I go in there and, like, there's a lot of people that, you know, I like to consider my friends. Wait, is Ronald back on Musa? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I wish I actually abused Awakened Sage last season. Not because I wanted to abuse it last season, but so I would have had more carryover this season. You could probably roughly figure out where people started to. Because for every win-loss, it's a net gain of like maybe somewhere between 1 to 2 points. Let's say a 1.5 point gain, right? You typically lose less points than you gain. So, here, let me swap. Let's do a quick little mathy math. And then every win is probably an average of what? 19 points? 20 points? So, like, if we take like a Cab, for example, right? So 249, we take 249 from that. So 30, actually, maybe Calb isn't the best example because as you get higher and you're at the very top, you tend to actually lose more than you win. That's kind of an exception. We need someone around like 2K. Um, Go with Coco. Let's see. So we're at 215. So like take 215 games lost, right? And then we subtract that from the wins as well. But 215 games with an average trade of probably a net gain of like 1 point per win-loss combo, 1.5 points. So that's 322.5 points there. Plus he has a net gain of 35 wins. So let me open up another calculator here. Right? And 35 wins. So let's assume approximately 19 points per win. So times 19 is 665 points. Add the 322.5 to the 665, that's 987. So take his 2,023 points. Shit, accidentally. Where's my history? Take away 987. That means he started at approximately 1,036. Right? Approximately 1,036. Where ASAP, on the other hand, let's do the math on him. Right? He has 48 games, so times 1.5. It's only like 72 points, but a net gain of 31. Approximately 19 points a win, plus 72. So you do that same math on ASAP, and it says he started at approximately 1,390. I don't know if it was possible to start that high. He also did a lot of streaking, so that's probably a bit off for him too. Because there's no way he started that high. He probably started more around like 1,200, would be my guess. But yeah, it's the carryover is quite a big bump. Maybe I could do somebody who like I know exactly where I started. Let's see if we can find somebody who played similar amount of games as me. I'm 86 and 64, so about a total of exactly 150 games. Damn, everybody's either 200 or less than 100. I mean, Goldstein's probably a good example. Like, he obviously had some carryover from last season because, like, his win rate is rough, right? And he and I are practically the same rating. We're only a few games off of each other. Or maybe even better yet, compare him to Justin. Right? Goldstein must have started a lot higher finished a lot higher last season and had a lot of carryover. Because he only has a net gain of two games, right? The rest is just either streaking points or just the slight up and down. Like I said, it seems like on average, like you lose like 18 points and you gain like 19 or 20 points. So it's like for every win-loss combination, right? So for 89 of both of his wins and losses, it's probably a net gain of 1.5 points per. You do the math on Goldstein. And then a net gain of 2 games.
Have you ever had a dream?
That's only like 200. I don't know. Maybe you could have started at 1,400? Because the math for him is coming out to about 1,400. It depends on who you're up against, Visu. Also depends on when you play as well. Because it depends on the elo of everybody in the lobby. Like I said, Calb isn't a good example of that. Because, for example, Every game he's in, everybody else is going to be lower. So he's always going to be losing more points than he's gaining. So he has to have a net positive win rate to actually go up. Because if he's just going 50-50, he will slowly decline, right? Until there's like a whole bunch of people that are the same elo. Then they'll all just kind of hover together. Yeah, but that's the thing is you can't pin it down to a specific number. It depends on where you're at in the season. It depends on the elo that everybody else is at. Because right now, if you're at 1700 and you go 50-50, you're not at net zero. You're still gaining points. So you can't pin it to a certain number. There's other variables that are important. Oh, let's see what my XP's at. I already collected it. I need almost 9.5%, or a bit over 9.5% more. Why is the season so short? This is about standard for the seasons now. This is about what they've been doing. Actually, I think this might be slightly longer than last season, but they seem to be doing anywhere between like 6 to 8 weeks every season now. I mean, they're playing with the elo, right? We had a season where the whole top 100 was incarnate, and that was dumb. And they've trimmed it back. They trimmed down the length last season, and the streaking bonus a bit. It's very clear they don't want that many incarnates. They want, if you hit incarnate, it's a big deal. I'm hoping that they end up making it so like, okay, incarnate is only a small handful of people that get there. Let's make sure that the rewards for that are juiced. But imagine like season 4 with Zerker, right? Suck Zerker. The whole top 100s were incarnates. That was dumb. And that wasn't a long season either, if I remember correctly. That was just a crazy, like, they're just toying around with the values. I don't think it was actually too bad this season. I think they could probably dial it up a little bit, but remove some of the carryover. I think there's too much carryover from previous seasons. But I mean, I guess at the end of the day, the carryover isn't that bad. It just gets you to where you're supposed to be quicker, and helps separate the insane players from the average players from the bad players a lot quicker, which is probably a good thing. So I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe the carryover's fine. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? And I know you were here for this conversation in the past. Is if you're not one of those trash cans, then on average you should climb. Because you can only have, if you're not a trash can yourself, then you can only have 2 out of 3 trash cans on your team. Where they can have 3 out of 3 trash cans on your team. So mathematically, it's in your favor if you're genuinely a solid player as well. Also, people who will be like, "Oh, they're complete trash," and then when they're on the other team, they play their ass off. It's like that actually might be an indication that it's a you problem. You might not play around them very well. You might not know the strengths and weaknesses of them, and you're leaving them abandoned, and they're getting run down. But when they're on the other team, their teammates are actually properly supporting them. Right? I'm not talking about you specific. When I say you, I mean generally. Right? So yeah, when you constantly are playing games and like there's this one guy who always plays like shit when he's on your team, but he always plays great when he's on the other team. It might be the synergy between you and him. You might not be playing around him properly or supporting him properly. Maybe it's no fault of your own either. Maybe it's just your two classes just don't mesh together very well, right? But that is an indicator. If that person's always seems like they're doing shitty on your team and always doing good on the other team, that might be an indicator that it's something like that. That doesn't mean they're a shitty player anymore. It might mean that there's just either a synergy problem because of classes or a synergy because of play styles or whatever. It's just, there are people in this game, if it was truly as RNG as everybody likes to claim it is, everybody who gets stuck claims it is, then why is it the same people, always, every season, every time, will always climb out of the trenches very quickly? If it was as RNG as people like to claim that it is, even those guys would get stuck. But they always climb out of the trenches very quickly. Every season. Which implies to me it's not as RNG as people like to claim it is. There's obviously some RNG. It would be goofy to say that there isn't any RNG, but the same people always climb like crazy, right? It's damn near always the same 80% of the people in the top 20. Well, playing the queue is part of playing the game, too. If you queue up and you just see a bunch of people that are really, like, either you don't synergize or, like, you're taking a look at all the classes that queued with you into that game, and they're all classes you don't want to be fighting if they get on the other team, then when you're out of that game, wait. Take a little 5-minute break, let them get into a new game that basically reshuffles the queue for you, and then when you come back, queue up, and you will most likely get mostly all new players, right? And then you try your hand at that. And then when you find a group of people that you like playing with or against, just as soon as you're out, queue instantly. Try to get with those people again, right? There's a reason why you see at least some of these guys who stream their games, you'll see them like wait sometimes between queues, because sometimes it's just an unfavorable queue. Until they get to the crazy high ratings, like, right? Because once you get crazy high like Calb and those guys are, you got to just take what you can get, because you don't have the opportunity to be picky anymore. Hey, the game's the game though, Bisu. If you're not playing the game properly to climb, then you can't put the blame on other people. The game's the game. You said getting the same dude 5 games in a row. You're blaming the other people when you say that. You're getting frustrated because you're getting the same person 5 games in a row. And then I said, well, hold your queue. Don't queue instantly when you get out. That person's obviously insta-queuing, you were insta-queuing, and you guys are the same elo, and that's why you guys are getting in the same game. If you know he's going to insta-queue, wait, let him get in the game. You only got to wait like 5 minutes. When you're lower elo, it's quick to get a game. But you brought up having the same person 5 times in a row, not me. I was giving you the solution to that. That's why there's some people out there on classes that don't like queuing on stream as well. Because if you play a class that can be victimized by another class, like Norelio on Sucksage, although Norelio has really good mental fortitude for dealing with that shit, but with Sucksage, right? During the Suckzerker season, actually I can't remember, Was Deadeye out in Sucksucker season? Anyways, right? If you know somebody is streaming their games and they don't have a delay and you can queue into them and you know your class victimizes their class, you could legit just sit there and stream snipe them and always queue when they're queuing, and there's a 60-40 chance you will always be on the enemy team and you will have the advantage of fighting against them. And if you also are good at protecting them or good at synergizing with them, now you have a really good win con, because you can queue with them and either they're on the other team and you victimize them, or they're on your team and you guys work really well together. Now you really set yourself up for some potential streaking. So there's definitely people out there who won't, especially now, won't stream their last games during the last week, because they know there's people out there who are gonna fuck with them. There's definitely some way to fuck with queues as well. Because Norelio will constantly have his queue timer resetting. What I'm thinking happening is people are joining the queue right when he joins the queue, and then like the game just slowly populates that lobby. And if at any point somebody in that lobby, if they're waiting for like a 6th player, if somebody leaves that lobby, it resets the queue and tries to reshuffle the lobby. It doesn't just drop that player and try to replace that one player. It actually just resets the whole lobby. So if you know somebody like Norelio is queuing and you're watching him, you legit just be like, okay, his queues take approximately 5 minutes, so I'm going to join his queue every time he queues. And every 4 minutes, I'm going to cancel the queue and just reset his time. I feel like there's some type of fuckery like that going on. And yeah, if that dude's carrying you 5 games, then, you know, like I said, game the system. Just constantly be queuing. But sometimes it might be a wash. You know, there's no guarantee that guy's going to be on your team. In fact, it's more likely he's going to be on the other team every time you queue. But that kind of goes back to what I was just saying, is if you're in a lobby where you feel like, okay, any one of these other 5 players I know I will work well with, and I know that I'm good at fighting all of these other 5 people, then you want to stay in that queue as long as possible, right? Every now and then a new person will be shuffled in, maybe every other game or two. But just start insta-queuing as soon as you get out and hope that they're doing the same. Paying attention to your queues is just as much... It's maybe not just as important as the game itself, but it certainly is very impactful. 25% relevance from CCs, 25% damage from damage done. I don't understand what you mean by that. I don't think it's bad that sometimes people get bumped up. It is kind of goofy when somebody really high rated all of a sudden gets put in a super low game. But I don't think it's bad when somebody who's like maybe yellow gets thrown into, like maybe they're high yellow and for some reason they get thrown into a high red game. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's like the game providing you an opportunity saying, hey, this is a game where you're outmatched. You're going to lose a lot less points if you lose, but you're going to win a lot more points if you win. This is a chance to, you know, get like some bonus points if you play out of your mind. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. What I would like more is if they separated classes into categories, like carries, damage, support, or maybe bruiser, right? Like some type of decent classification, so you don't end up a team with like fucking 3 bruisers or all DPS and no carries, or I mean, all damage this season isn't bad. You just blow people up. It's actually we've had some games where, holy fuck, we just blew the other team up. They couldn't stand. None of them could get close because it was just too much damage on one team. But the problem with that, though, is if you start trying to do queues like that, you definitely lengthen the queues, right? So it's like it's a double-edged sword. Do you want longer queues and have more consistently or reasonably fair teams, or do you want shorter queues and sometimes you get fucked and sometimes you get lucky, right? Elos should be more influenced by personal performance. Well, typically personal performance influences the wins, right? And the more wins you get, the more your elo will go up. So in a sense it kind of does. The uncomfortable truth is, once people play a lot of games, they're no longer being held down by their teammates. They're being held down by themselves. And it's an uncomfortable truth to them that maybe they're not as good as they think they are. Like me, I think I landed exactly where I deserved to be. I didn't get into 1800. I didn't get into, you know, I'm barely in the top 100. I'm just like fucking 1 foot in the door. But I played 150 games. That's a reasonable amount of games. But there's a lot of people out there who are like, nope, I should be up there with Divios and them. I am definitely insane player. They don't realize that they're exactly where they deserve to be. I think once you played about 100 games, once again, also relative to where you are in the season when you're playing, right? Obviously, if you play 100 games in the first 2 weeks and then you don't play the rest, then by the end of the season, you're probably not where you're supposed to be in terms of placement. Yeah, and that's why we kind of had this conversation yesterday, Bisu. Is the best way to make these game modes, whether it's Node War, Siege, AOS, more fun, is to get more people in it. And the best way to get more people in it isn't actually to make changes to these systems. It's to actually just get more people in the game. They need to start pumping out fucking content that get more people into the game, because like my amusement park analogy, right? There's a lot of rides at the amusement park that you will not go to the amusement park to ride. You do not give a fuck about the Ferris wheel. Well, I don't. I'm not going to the amusement park to just go ride the Ferris wheel. But if I'm already at the amusement park, I might say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go on the Ferris wheel with the kids, right? I'm going to be honest, most of the reason I go to the fair is for the food. I like the food and just the environment, watching performers and stuff and shit that's going on. And then because I'm there, I'm like, I might as well go on a ride or two. Well, you got to realize PvP and BDO is just like that. There's a lot of people who aren't going to come to this game for PvP. But if they're already playing this game, they're going to say, fuck it, I might as well PvP. Like, take a look at the, I don't know how long you guys have been playing for, but like the early days, right? The early days of BDO. It's not like the PvP was actually any better. But it felt funner because there was so many guilds. You would have like every region would have like 5 to 10 guilds on it. And the fight was so dynamic. Because there was so many guilds, it was impossible to have like constant politics. You'd have a couple guilds who would ally with each other, but there'd be constant backstabbing and alliances were changing because the alliances were so dynamic because there were so many guilds. You don't have that anymore because there's not enough guilds, right? Now, if you want to have any hopes of interesting fights, you have to try your best to arrange it. But that had nothing to do with the game actually being better back then. It's just there was more people doing it. So the best thing to do is, what you need to do is get more people into the game. You get more people into the game, more people will participate in these other activities. People do not come to BDO for PvP. Some do, right? Obviously, I'm not speaking in absolutes. There's obviously some that do, but the majority, the vast majority, do not. They just decide to start. They eventually realize, hey, wait, this is kind of fun, right? And I think this is also tremendously hurting the PvP experience, is the lack of open world PvP. I think when, like, if you're just a PvEer and you're out grinding, all of a sudden somebody attacks you to take your spot. You lose, you get upset, but maybe you learn a thing or two about that class. You know, maybe the next day you fight someone new, you lose, you get upset. And then but you learn something, right? And then before you know it, you get attacked and all of a sudden you win. And you're like, ooh, that felt good. I'm getting stronger, I'm getting better. It inspires you to get better. Before you know it, you're like, okay, you know what? This PvP thing is kind of fun. I'm starting to win more than I'm losing. Hell yeah. And then before you know it, now all of a sudden you're like, maybe I should join a PvP guild. Right? But you don't have that, like, open world PvP driving factor. I don't know how do we classify that, but you just don't have that environment anymore in BDO. That is like a really good like introduction. It feels shitty at first, but eventually like almost indoctrinates you into the PvP scene, because it just, even if it's not by choice, it starts to feel good once you start winning. What game is this? This is Black Desert. Oh, 1v1 arenas would be hilarious, because you would see like a leaderboard of, like, let's say the top 100, and you would see that mostly sorted out specifically by classes. There's some classes that would never hope to ever get in the top 100, and there's some classes that would dominate the top 100. I think 5v5 could be plausible, but not 1v1. Not unless it was mirror matchups only. And then that would get boring. What's my drop rate at? I should pop my tent, shouldn't I? You're right though, Forrest. Like 1v1 would be just dominant by specific classes. Suck sages never stand a chance. There's a lot of classes that would just never stand a chance in 1v1. And I think trying to make every class equally as strong in 1v1 is a fool's errand. It makes the game super boring, because the only way to truly accomplish that is to homogenize all the classes. It's the same reason why they didn't do that with PvE, and now we're in this situation in PvE, right? But it's different than that. Because at least in PvE, there's a way to address it from the other end, right? If you're trying to balance out PvE as much as possible, you can either focus on making the classes all have all the same tools and damage and all that, which makes the game very boring. Or you can adjust the grind spots to have limits, right? So even if you are an insane grind class, well, you just hit the limit easier than other classes. And then that stops you from going absolutely bonkers. But you can maintain your class identity. But in like 1v1 PvP, there's no other end to do that from. The only way to accomplish perfect 1v1 balance is to just make all the classes exactly the same. Because it'll just be a slippery slope of either nerfs or buffs that eventually just make everybody the same, right? Because what's the first thing everybody will complain about? Probably grabs, right? They'll be like, okay, well, you know, this is unfair. That class can actually CC me out of my super armors and stuff, but I can't them, so you got to give everybody a grab or get rid of all the grabs. So then they do that, but all of a sudden now there's a new thing that people complain about, right? Oh, well, that class has more iframes than I do, or that class has more damage than I do, or that class has more mobility than I do. Before you know it, right, they just make sure everybody has the same toolkit with the same cooldowns, the same AoE size, the same movement, because that's the only way to truly accomplish 1v1 balance. And then all class identity is gone. The game becomes boring and it dies. Balancing the game around 1v1 is a fool's errand. You just have to be aware that there's going to be some classes that are going to be gods of 1v1, there's some that are going to be shit. In general, 1v1 just doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, 100%. There are some classes out there, like Suck Sage, I think Season 2 is probably the perfect example with a 4-second rift chain. Every single Suck Sage would piss and moan about grabs. And if you watched any of them streaming it, they would always piss and moan about how OP grabs were, because that was the only way you could ever catch them. You couldn't CC them any other way, because they were just perma-protected. So yeah, if grabs got nerfed or removed, yeah, Suck Sage would have fucking absolutely cleaned house with everybody. There are some classes that without grabs you would never catch. I actually think that it would be more appropriate to give everybody a grab than to get rid of grabs. He means Awaken Musa. Obviously. I don't know if I've ever heard Suck Musas complain about grabs. In fact, I'm pretty sure Suck Musas, you guys are trying to bait grabs because you're like, okay, that's my catch. Oh, that's one thing a lot of non-grab classes don't realize too, is most of the time they catch somebody, it's because the grab class tried to grab. I can't even mention how many times I've said to myself, I don't even know why I bother trying to grab. Because that is the vast majority of the time I get caught, is trying to grab. So if they removed my grab, I would get caught so much less. How are your games going? You got to take down that fucking Ron Sage abuser. Where's Moose at? I'm gonna die to these mobs. Look at that. Look at this Sage abuser. Absolutely disgusting. Holy. Kaio. That's a fucking crazy win rate. Was Kaio in the master class? I don't remember seeing his name. Or did he just have the unfortunate task of fighting like you or Suna early on? Feels like Suckmoose is faster than Awake. Also, they kite better. I think that might be true, but I think it's largely because they have to, right? It's not like an Awakened Musa where you have so many SAs you could just sit in there. Suck Musa has so many more forward guards, they have to kite and poke. So, like, the people who have made it for a long time, they are used to that play style. And that playstyle is harder to grab. I think you could play that playstyle on Awakening, but it's obviously just probably going to be less effective. Because Suckmoose is really good with that playstyle because it can actually dump a lot of really good damage in short periods of time. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. My wife just brought me an omelet. Hell yeah. Okay, sorry. But yeah, you could see like an Awakened Musa play the way like Suna and Force Hunter do, but they just aren't trading as much. Where Suck Musa can get in. They're looking for those back attacks. Because if you let them, I don't know what the fucking damage combo is that they do. The damage, I don't, maybe combo is the wrong word, but there's a few abilities that it feels like they chain together super fast, and they just look for your back. They're like, fuck seeing them. As long as I land these as back attacks, I'm taking big chunks off them. And then I quickly dash out, wait for the cooldowns again, and then look for another opportunity to do it again. And they're like a fucking shark, right? Where they're not staying on you and fighting you. They're like running at you, taking a bite out, and then getting some distance. Waiting for another opportunity to come back and get another bite, get some distance. Forest Hunter and Suna are both bastards too. Because like, let's pretend that this is the map here, right? I'll have like two teammates in front of me. I'll see all the enemies over here, so I'm like, okay, I'm good. I don't have to worry about anybody behind me. Maybe I do some shit, but then I need to get stamina back, and I retreat back behind my enemies. I still assume they're over there because I didn't see them move through. But then Forest Hunter or Suna, they loop all the way around the outside of the map. And I didn't see that. So I still think they're maybe in that distance, but out of render distance. I have to go to throw a forward guard to get some, like a lightning prison or an interrogate because I'm trying to get some stand back. All of a sudden, I'm fucking standing there, stiffed out of my goddamn mind, and I see them barreling at me full fucking speed from behind. And I'm like, oh, well, my life flashes before my eyes. I'm like, that motherfucker. Nope. It's so much damage, especially with the glass builds. Even if I do an SA and I don't see them coming, if they get that little bite on my back, I'll lose like half my health. Even if I'm just chilling in an SA, they'll run in and just ba 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 ba, and I lose half my health, and then I'm like, oh, that motherfucker, and I turn around, and now he's already, 2 dash distances away. If I impale to try to get on him, he just holds R&B, does another 2 dashes, and yeah, he's out of my reach. And if I start chasing him, he'll just kite me, wait for me to do something stupid again, which is probably more common than I'd like it to be. And if I keep doing it, he'll just run me out of stam, because he knows if I keep chasing him, I'll run out of stam. And then I'm forced to do forward guards or super armors again. And all he does is he waits for me to do like a dimensional or a rift storm or a lightning prison, and he goes for my back. And depending if it's a forward guard, he gets the catch and I die, or if it's a super armor, he takes another giant bite out of me. So I just have to stay by my team. I cannot get baited into trying to chase down a Suckmusa by myself. Yeah, no, don't hate the player, hate the game, right? That's exactly the way your class is designed to play, and that's why you and Suna play Suckmusa so well, because you guys know that playstyle that Suckmusa is supposed to have. There's another Suckmusa who's really good too. Morgray or something? He was being a bit of a menace in the games that I played against him. Mogwai, yeah. Isn't this guy a tamer? Okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, that's insane amount of games. I just realized, holy fuck. Actually, you know who probably has the most? Damn, almost 800 games. $1,203. That was probably one of the earlier seasons where it went on forever, eh? It was a shorter season? Oh my god. You have a problem. I don't know how people do that. Last Saturday, before I left, I knew it was my last day to get like a really good amount of games in. So I started on EU to try to warm up when I started my stream in the morning. It was about this time. And then I streamed to like 6 p.m. and or maybe it was 5, but I played like EU until 2 p.m. my time, so it was like 6 hours of Solaire on EU. And then I played like another 4 hours on NA, and my brain was toast after. Like, and I'm not even saying like brain fog, like my head was hurting and shit too. I actually had to go upstairs and take a Tylenol. As I was like, that is too much. I don't know how people do that every damn day. I don't know how these EU losers will play EU all goddamn day, and then NA starts up, and then they play fucking NA all night. I do not know how these losers do it. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what, Forrest? So this is my spot on it. My take on it. They're obviously not. I don't know if there's any way to keep them out from playing on NA, and if they did, then Biseptimus would get like fucked, right? So unfortunately, I don't think there is any getting them out of our games at this point. I think they might as well just let us all queue into each other. It takes like whatever. It takes the majority of players that are playing in the match. So like the 6 players. If 4 out of the 6 players are NA, then it puts the games hosted on NA. If 4 out of 6 are in EU, then it's hosted in the EU. And then it just doubles the player pool for AOS. Because at this point, we have so many EU people playing on NA and so many NA people playing on EU. Filter it out based on ping or something? I don't know if you could necessarily do that, because, like, what if it started filtering, like, EU players with Australian players, because they both have similar ping to NA? But the difference in ping between them is now even bigger. I mean, I guess it's relative to server, not to each other. But and AOS would be up longer in that case? That's true. That is true. I don't know. Yeah. And PA does it too, right? If you go onto your Pearl Abyss tab to see like where the last login location was, doesn't matter if I'm using a VPN or not, it always says my city. Oh, Suck Nova? Don't even get me started on that shit. I am a firm believer, I will fight this tooth and nail, that while the Nova is CC'd, its pawns should not be able to CC. In fact, the only time a CC ever should come out is when you press the button for it to do so. There should not be any automatic CCs in the game. It's crazy. Depending on some comps, you'll have a Suck Nova on your team or the other team, and they're ending the game with like 50 catches. And you think about it, you're like, 50 catches? We should have absolutely dominated that game. But it's just because those things are just fucking teleporting everywhere, just randomly stiffing people that the Nova, in a lot of cases, aren't even fucking looking at. Thing is, I don't have a protected re-CC, so anytime a Nova gets caught, I just gotta hope someone on my team... I gotta immediately go for the re-CC, because if I try to do any type of setup, even if I have the Nova off to the side, if I try to do a little bit of pre-buffing and debuffing before I re-CC, the pawns will instantly CC me. As soon as I go for it. I have to. If I get the grab, I have to immediately knock them down, because I have just enough time to do that. But now I'm doing half a combo on a class that's tanky as fuck. No, I don't use Lightning Prison Stun. Lightning Prison Stun feels very, very shitty to use in AOS. It's good for getting catches, but it fucks up combos, and it's hard to properly combo off of, like do effective combos off of. But like you throw that shit into, like, let's say there's a ball fight going on, right? Like you throw that into the pocket. There's so many times it just fucks up combos. The two most reliable catches are either getting like a Impaling Flash into a grab, Impaling Flash into an Enlightened Bolt float, Impaling Flash, or sorry, Shock Relay into a grab, or Shock Relay into an Impaling Flash, or Shock Relay into a Enlightened Bolt float. Or just a straight up grab, right, obviously. And then you got to go for a re-CC. And if you have BSR, you can go for a 50, a Taurus Spear. That's about the only way to have a protected re-KD. Unless you take like a Spearbolt core. But Spearbolt core, you use Spearbolt so much, you don't always have it when you want it. I mean, you could probably ask Forest Hunter. Of the Awakened Sages, when you catch them and kill them, you probably do it a lot of the time when they're going for the re-CC. When they get a catch, you're probably already roughly positioned behind them because you're looking for those openings. And as soon as you see them go for the re-CC, just a little stub to the back or some type of stiff. Because, like, 9 times out of 10, our re-CC is, at best, a forward guard. Yeah, yeah. That was one thing that was nice about Click to Move on Awakened Sage, is I could do something like that. I could be like, okay, my AoEs are big enough that I could turn my forward guard to the person trying to peel. But at least avoid the back attack damage. Or turn my SA to face the opponent. I miss catching other Awakened Sages with a mouse to move Void Gateway. Mouse moving Interrogate too was nice. Good way to turn your forward guard. Lava fish? Lava frogs. Right? You got a giant toad, you got the frogs, and you have the tadpoles. I'm really curious what we're going to see on Global this week. Maybe we start seeing some class changes roll out. All of the winners of the tournament should coordinate and get like a group picture. That'd be kind of sick. Get a group picture and PA could post it on their site. All of them beside their the griffins. We will be doing that with the griffin? Hell yeah. Is that like you guys working that out, or is that PA saying let's do it? We working it out? Fuck yeah. That's definitely worth doing. You guys should get a good screenshot of it too and send it to PA. I bet they'll post it somewhere. I'll sneak into the picture. Just tell me who the cameraman is, and at the very last second, I'll make my sage as big as it can be, and I'll quickly run in front of Kelb, so it looks like it's my griffin. They'll be like, wait a minute, why is Zeth in this picture? What the fuck? Oh shit, I got the wrong elf stone on. I bought a Con of Destruction last night, by the way. Just in case. Just in case they do something where they make these relevant to the new elk stones. I had all of the other ones, so I was like, fuck it. There was one sitting on the market. I was like, it's such a small amount of silver. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it, you know? Yeah, it has an Excel skill. Apparently it has some type of roar. I don't know how relevant it is going to be in like Node War and Siege. But shit, it might be cool. I'm super curious too. You know, Divios' stupid ass is going to be flying around for it for like 48 hours straight on stream. He's going to be trying to figure out all the tech he can do with it. So I'll just have to keep him up on my side monitor. How funny is that going to be able to... How funny is that going to be if you can just sit there and chain CC somebody at the grind spot? Go to like Anonymous Arsha and you're flying above somebody and you're just fucking roaring on your griffin and stunning them and watching them die to mobs. Get to Marnie or get roared. Yeah. You know what's funny though is it's an opportunity cost loss for the Adana. They need to dramatically increase the tax for Marnie. They need to like increase it tenfold. It should be worth it for the Adana to stop his grind and just go around and start forcing people into Marnie. That it should be worth his time, and it's not even remotely close to being worth his time right now. I also think at nighttime in Adonia, anybody should be able to attack anybody on all channels. So when it turns nighttime, everybody who doesn't want to get fucked with instantly goes and hops into Marnie Realm for nighttime. Yo, what's up, Doxic? Excuse me. To be honest, I don't know. I don't have many coins. I used some recently. I thought that I would run out of, like... I definitely struggled with my maids, but it didn't feel as bad as I expected it to be. So, I'll be honest though, I'm not entirely sure. You just spent over an hour figuring out how to get concentrated magical blackstones? Oh, did you figure it out? Most of the time, the item that you want, just take a look at it on the market, and if you read the description, it'll tell you what you need to get it, and then you just work your way backwards. There's also a tool in-game, I think if you hit F2, it brings up this adventure board, right? And then there's crafting notes right here, and you can just search the item that you want in the crafting notes. And it'll tell you, like, what you need. Now it's a bit overwhelming. Don't sweat it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but there's a lot to learn in this game, but everything individually isn't really that important. And it's all pretty simple, so just take it like one step at a time. You don't have to do everything. Like Desert Foundry and Garmoth.com are your friends? Yeah, both amazing resources for information. After my warrior gets 66, I'll probably still have a few days before the Calpheon Ball. I'll probably take my Wukong. If I'm not mistaken, my Wukong is pretty close to leveling up too. I'll probably try to finish off that level on my Wukong. What time zone are you in? EST? Oh, same time as me. So for us, it starts at 1 a.m. on Saturday morning. But yeah, if you're a West Coast enjoyer, then it starts at 10 p.m. their time. Fucking losers. Yeah, 1 a.m. is better than 3 a.m. like it was last year. Because at least 1 a.m., I don't really want to stay up that late to watch it, but I will. But like 3 a.m., I am not staying up that late. But also 3 a.m. is a weird enough time that, like, it's not even like you want to go to bed early and start your day early. 3 a.m. is too early for that, too. So it's like, at least 1 a.m., I could be like, okay, I'll watch this. I'll go to bed right after. Oh yeah, I guess tomorrow we'll get more clicks, huh? 5 more clicks on our armors. Yeah. There's gonna be a double Agris event? Is there? So? Did KR get that last night? Double recovery, shit. I always thought that if you saved up 100k Igris, they should let you go to, like, Shikatu or something and exchange 100k Igris for a coin.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't you could you don't you could you want don't you could you could you could don't you could you don't you could you want don't you could you could.
Yo, Duplex. Excuse me, sorry. Thank you so much for the sub, brother. I appreciate it. All the Aeon 2 tiers, they just put the biggest time gate on the game, max money you can make a week. Was that like a patch they just did? Oh my god. You know what the worst part of that is? Is that makes it impossible for people to catch up if they join late. That sounds great for keeping the people who play your game like crazy, keeping them tamed, for lack of a better word, contained. But all it does is make it so when, like, it massively hurts your new players because they're just like, oh well, I can't catch up because I'm also being gated. What the fuck? I just don't understand. All time-gated content does is it punishes your super committed players and it punishes new players. I don't understand why any company thinks that time-gated content is good. Typically mobile games do it because they want to charge you money, right? They time gate you quite literally by, like, you need energy to do missions, and the only way to get more energy is to either wait time or buy it with money. What, do they enjoy seeing you punished? Yeah. I don't know why, in what world you would want to be like, oh, okay, these people who play our game too much, we want them to play it less. We want to punish these people who play our game like it's a second life. Our most committed players, we need to punish them for being so committed. That's what a time gate basically tells me. And you shouldn't be catering to those players, but I just really don't think you should be punishing them. You got banned last night for 7 days? On Aeon? Why? He ran some content more time than it was allowed. So what? He figured out a way to like bug the system to allow him to do it more times. Because if that's the case, then he got banned for exploiting, right? Yeah. And that's the way it should be done, is it shouldn't be based on effort, it should be based on a diminishing return for the same amount of effort. So the people who, like, if you want to gain, like, a, 10 gear score early on, it takes you a day, and then another 10 gear, these are just arbitrary numbers I'm picking to articulate a point, but, right? Takes you a day to get 10 gear score, then a week to get 10 gear score, then a month to get 10 gear score, then a year to get 10 gear score. Right? Where the return for your effort diminishes as you progress further and further, right? As you're trying to push the bleeding edge of progression. It sounds to me like he did some type of exploit to cheat the system. I can't imagine a company banning players or suspending players. Have this like arbitrary rule. They set up a sign in front of the dungeon. Okay, you guys are only allowed to do this one time. If you do it more than once, we're gonna suspend you. Oh, definitely genius, right? Because it kind of sets the tone going forward. If you don't do anything about it and people are exploiting, then the next time an exploit comes around, even more people are going to do it. Because they're going to be like, oh, well, everybody got away with it the first time, so... But I didn't do it because I was worried, and they got an advantage, so I'm not going to let them get an advantage this time, right? So now next time, more people do it, and then more people do it, and then more people do it, and it just fucking snowballs. Because if you don't do it at that point and they're not punishing for it, then yeah, you just fall behind. Kajara. Yeah, that's, for some people that might be true. Some people might be like, fuck this, I'm not going back, what the hell? Yeah, there's just two different paths. Buying debos is a very, like, it's financially it's a smarter choice, but it's definitely the less fun choice. So I think they're trying to remedy that one way or another, though. Like it does seem like they're trying to add more uses for debos, and if they end up getting the demand up higher for debos, it will force the price of all debos, Pri, Duo, Tri, Tet, up higher, and it could potentially reach a point where it's more worth it to do Karazhat again than it is to do, wait on debos. But I wouldn't worry too much about progression right now, because we're like 2-3 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away from one of the biggest yearly events announcing new things and big changes to the game, that now's probably a bad time to push any expensive progression. What would probably be a smart idea is save up enough silver for a pen debo right now, but don't actually even pull the trigger on it, and just like stockpile a bunch of silver and wait for the... And I know this doesn't really sound that fun, but the last thing you want to do is make a purchase, and then all of a sudden they do a change the ball, and you feel like you've now just wasted a bunch of effort, right? Maybe that's what they should do with these distorteds. Make it so you can also use them on Karazad. I try to go into the ball with zero expectations. Managing disappointment is all about managing expectations. I made 2 bingo cards for the ball. I'll pull them up on screen. I got my hopium and my copium. So my hopium one is like the stuff I want them to do, and my copium one is the stuff that... Oh no. Oh no. Where's the finished one? Oh, there it is. So on the left side is the stuff I want. On the right side is the easy stuff that I think they'll do. It's cut off a bit? Oh. There we go. Yeah, the left one is like all insane shit. That if they did a bunch of that shit, ooh, they would have me happy. The one on the right side is kind of like, yeah, I think these things are likely for them to do. Actually, crossplay with console, I think, is super, super likely. Super, super likely. Just think about it, right? They've tried to rush console to catch up to us before the Calpheon Ball. They tried to, and they've been succeeding at that. They've also started, like, you know that pre-registration for Savior? That has a lot to do with console right now, too. If you actually look at they specifically mentioned that they're trying to get console players to pre-register on the same website. Also, if you actually looked at their quarterly earnings report, not what the fuck is a port? In their quarterly earnings report, they announced that they want to enable crossplay. What are they going to enable crossplay with? The only other active IP they have right now is mobile. And there is no PC mobile, there is no console mobile, so there's obviously going to be no crossplay there. The only other IP they have, active IP, is Eve, and as far as I'm aware, there's no console Eve. So obviously when they're referring to crossplay, they're referring to BDO. I think it is extremely likely we get crossplay with console. That's actually one thing I'd be surprised if they didn't announce it. Or at the very least announce that they're going to continue working towards it. Where's option 2 on left side? Option 2, I've had that conversation enough times. I genuinely believe the community misinterpreted what they were saying. I don't think it was options. I think it was them saying... It was them... What's the word I'm looking for? It was explanations. It wasn't like, okay, community, you guys get to pick. It was more like, these are the things we could do if you guys don't like this. But that wasn't them saying that they were going to listen to what we were doing. Or what we wanted. I mean, you guys all remember, right? I don't need to pull up this to show you guys. You guys all remember them talking about catching console up to PC by December, right? I don't need to show you guys the proof for that. I could go dig it up if you don't believe me. But I'm pretty sure you all remember that. I mean, you could just take a look at the console updates. Any console player in chat right now can verify that they are significantly catching us up. And... one second. I'll pull up this other thing. Let me get out the lava. So this is their quarterly earnings. Here, I could probably trim off this off the side. Make it a little bit more full screen. This was their Q3 earnings report. And in here, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Am I looking in the wrong thing? Fuck, where do they... Must be looking at the wrong thing. Okay, 1 second. Fuck, where was that? I could have swore that was in the earnings report. Okay, well, that aside, I will try to find that after. But here's another thing of evidence that just came up yesterday. This is the NA Pearl Abyss website. Pearl Abyss ID upcoming console account integration. This is the NAEU website. They are trying to integrate console accounts into the NAEU website onto your Pearl Abyss account. What other reason would they potentially be wanting to do that? This maintenance tomorrow is going to be extended a bit longer as they work Pearl Abyss consoles into Pearl Abyss IDs. Maybe it might have something to do with Crimson Desert. That's a good possibility. But between them trying to catch them up, I think there's just too many things that... Also, here's another... Here, you know what? You guys are going to have to just take my word for one of them, because I can't seem to find it right now, and I don't feel like looking too long. But look at this evidence. Look at this evidence that I have. Okay? Oh. Right? So, point number one. Catching console up to PC before Calpheon, or before December. I can't remember if they said Calpheon Ball, but before December, or by December, which happens to be, we'll put in brackets, which happens to be when the Calph Ball is, right? Clue number two, earnings, I guess it's not in the earnings report. Future, I'll try to find it after. Future plans for crossplay announced to shareholders. That's kind of the biggest red flag right there. But 3, Pearl Abyss integrates console accounts into Pearl Abyss ID accounts on NAEU website. Clue number 4, new NA CM added to the CM team. Who is that? CM Baja, who used to be a console CM, was added to the team. Like, do you guys not see what's going on here? Like, all the clues are there. No, you can't say it doesn't matter at all. Individually, these things point in a direction, but collectively, they all matter. Yeah, but Etsu wasn't previously. Etsu was recruited from the. I don't even know why I'm arguing with Kaithar on Kick. Never mind. We're gonna go back to the grind. Kaithar could be standing on the sidewalk, and then there's a stone path leading to a house, and he would still fucking get lost. So I am definitely not having this debate with Kaithar. I really hope crossplay happens too. I think it would be a massive W for both NA, EU, and console player, just PC and console together. And patches become less frequent. That's the biggest concern for me if they do crossplay between console and PC. From what I understand, it's a much more rigorous process to get patches pushed to console. And if they're going to try to, like, if we're cross-playing with each other, that means that we have to be in sync with each other, right? So that could add a larger delay period from when things hit global to when they hit us. That's potentially the biggest drawback if it happens. Yeah. Well, it can be worth it, right? If the patches are just, like, if there's like a 4-week period now between when things hit global and when they hit us, that doesn't mean that there can't be patches every week still, right? It's just there'll be more of a delay from when they're global and hit us. But, like, when something hits global, now we'll just be like, okay, we got 3 sets of patches coming until this one hits. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Now, if it ends up making this environment where they're like, well, we're only going to do patches once a month now, then that's kind of annoying. Then I don't know if I would say it's worth it. They better start doing some really good patches every month if that's the case. I mean, that would still be more frequent than a lot of MMOs, a monthly patch. We definitely take it for granted on BDO how often we get to see patches. Yeah. Well, you'd still be waiting every week to see if there's something good on global. Or you mean that second option I listed? Yeah, if they end up just doing patches once a month, yeah, then you'd be waiting till the next month, and that'd be kind of a shame. But if there's a month delay, but it's still weekly patches, then you'd still be waiting, you know, every week to check global. It'd still be exciting. I don't know how lengthy the process is between having a patch ready and having its approval from the console companies. I can't imagine it being overnight. A 3 to 4 days? If it's only 3 to 4 days, then if that just puts us 2 weeks behind global, that's not bad. Just 1 extra week behind. I'd say that would definitely be worth it as long as we do weekly. But like I said, I don't know. I don't know what that actual number is. I'm just trusting you guys on it. But yeah, there's way too many pieces in place. There's way too many pieces in place that it's looking more and more and more likely. Not necessarily that we'll get crossplay for the new year, but you know, I could definitely see them announcing, and okay, this is something we're going to work towards, and by the Heidel Ball, we're going to ship it, right? It could be something that they work towards for the Heidel Ball. Yeah, maybe it depends on the company, right? And how much they're willing to pay. Maybe you could pay a little extra money and have that process expedited. Bump yourself to the front of the line. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, EA, for example, get, like, priority. On PS6 release? When's, is there a new generation of consoles coming out for both Xbox and PlayStation? And if so, when is that coming? End of next year or after? Yeah, that's some time away. If it's that long. 27, 28? Oh shit, so... yeah, that's not next year, that's just after. Maybe with the Steam machine. Oh wait, I guess that wouldn't be crossplay, never mind. That's just PC. PA does say a lot of things. They do. And to be fair to them, they're a lot better than they used to be. I don't know if you guys remember the earliest Heidel and Calpheon balls, but we'd be lucky to get half the shit on there, or approximately half. We definitely get the vast majority of what they announce these days. They become a lot better at setting reasonable expectations for themselves and for us. And I think it's unreasonable to expect them to bat 100%. But I genuinely think they're batting over 90% now, in the last at least couple years, in terms of like the expectations they set for us. Oh, there's no way to know that number, Ocean. Unless they tell it. No, I think it's fine mentioning it. I think it's important how they mention it, right? Don't speak in absolutes if you're not absolutely certain you're going to get it out. But if it's something they're working on, like, for example, when they announced being able to quickly swap to your tag, right? They did that at the previous Hideout Ball. They said very specifically, we want you to be able to hot swap instantly without a loading screen. It's just like, it's almost like your character jumps in a portal and your tag character jumps out, and it's completely seamless. But they said right up front, this is something we're aiming for, but we're not sure if we're going to be able to do, but we're trying. I think something like that is perfectly reasonable, right? But if they say, we're going to do this, and they don't know for sure if they're going to be able to do it, and they're speaking in absolutes, then I think there's a problem. It really depends on how they communicate it with us. New Elkstone? Well, the new Elkstone, I mean, that shit's ready to go. The reason they're holding back, that is super obvious. If they add the new Elkstone, which is clearly going to have more AP, then people won't need deck weapons to do Caphras anymore. And if people don't need deck weapons to do Caphras anymore, the whales won't swipe. Why would the whales swipe? It's the FOMO of it, right? The whales want to be at the bleeding edge of progression, and they want to pay their way to get there. Because they want to have access to all the endgame content. But if you can access all the endgame content without having to get deck weapons, then why would they swipe for it, right? There's a lot of people who are swiping trying to get deck weapons so they can do Caphras. So they're going to wait till they add the next 5 castles, and then the Elkstone is going to be required to hit deck to do the 10th castle. And then you will still need deck weapons and a deck Elkstone to do the 10th castle. They act like they're holding that alchemy stone back for us, but they're clearly doing it for themselves. And I'm a PA simp, but that shit is complete nonsense. I see right through that bullshit. Yeah, they said, before they even added Adonia, they said there's going to be 10 castles in total. 5 in the first half and 5 in the second half. Do you even pay attention to the patches that go on in this game, Kaithar? Once again, There could be a stone leading to a house and you'll still get lost along the way. These are things they actually said. Yeah, my prediction is the new Elk Stone is going to start at 3 AP. And it's going to be a Vel. It's basically going to be a Vel at base. You will probably be able to use like a Shining. This is my prediction for the new Alchemy Stone. Fuck it, we're gonna bring up the MS Paint again. Actually, I'll just bring up the notepad. I think the notepad will be better at this. Right? Wait, why didn't it pop up? What? There we go. This is my prediction for the new Elk Stone. You do a Vel plus Gem of Twilight or some other new item to get new Elkstone. Or Splendid exchanges to new Elkstone, all on its own. Or a Shining exchanges to Oct, new Elkstone. Some shit like this. Maybe there'll be slight variation to it, but these will be the 3 exchanges for the new Elkstone. So the new Elkstone will, at base, be plus 3 AP. And then the buff will give the same as Vel, which is what? 13 4 oh, that's not the Vel. Where's the Vel? 8 10 5 5. Okay. So plus 8 AP, plus 10 AC, plus 5% attack speed, and does it still have ignore on it? Oh no, that's attack cast speed. Attack / cast. I was gonna say, why would it still have ignore? So this is basically a Vel's Heart right here. This is what the base stone will give. And then it'll go Pry, Duo, Tri, Tet, Pen, Hex, Set, Oct, Nov, and then obviously last deck. Oh, yeah, that's I don't know how I accidentally hit that. Good catch. And what will basically happen here is, although I guess that if this exchanges for Noct, this is going to feel slightly off. But maybe they'll justify it by the AP. But anyways, the base sheet AP, we'll just do AP and then buff. We'll go, right, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then a total of 13 AP at deck. And then the stats on it for the buff aspect will be... Oh, I got buff written twice there. I'll just dump these all in and then increase it. Right? Every other level, it's going to go up 1% attack speed. And then 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, and then 10. And then this will probably go up 1 AP per level. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, shit. I didn't scroll all the way up. 10, 11, 12, 13. 17 AP there. There's these spaces back in. And then accuracy wise, probably the same deal. It'll go up by 1 per, right? $12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The fuck? How did I accidentally put that there? All right. And this will be like the stats of the new Elkstone, all the way up to deck. So you'll have 10 more AP more than your Vel. Right? So if they added this Elkstone right now, right? No DP. Maybe they'll give DP to it as well. That's a possibility. Maybe 1 DP per enhancement level. But the AP is what's important here. Because if we go back to the game, right, and we take a look at these castles, we already know there's supposed to be 5 more castles in this region. But right now, you need max AP for this castle. There's no headroom, right? If they let you get that Elkstone now, you would no longer need deck weapons for this castle or Nov weapons for this castle. It'd be super easy to do all these castles for anybody. And why would people swipe then, right? That would dramatically reduce the amount of FOMO to access these castles if you had an Elkstone to very easily get the requirements for it. So that's why they're not releasing it now. But when they add these extra castles, right? When they add these extra castles, they're going to need to add more AP to the game. So giving a new alchemy stone that gives a potential of 10 more AP just means castle number 6 can be +2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10, right? So this way you still need deck weapons for the 10th castle, and they can still prey on that FOMO of that. But now they add one more item to the FOMO, because right now you just need a deck, main hand, or awakening, and a deck offhand for this castle. But castle number 10, you'll need a deck main hand or awakening, deck offhand, and a deck Elkstone. So that'll allow them to monetize that even heavier, right? And prey on that FOMO. It'll make the whales need to swipe for one more item. But yeah, as for this, right? It will be kind of odd for the one person who has a shining. If they do this and they let you get knocked, you're going to lose 1% attack speed. But, and you'll lose a little bit of stats here, but you're still gaining this. You're getting 8 sheet AP, right? This, having the new Elkstone enhance the deck, it's obvious too. They hated, they hated this system. They did everything in their power to ever avoid touching this system. So they clearly hate this system. And they've been moving all of our gear to do same enhancement path. All of this shit enhances the exact same way except for the alchemy stone. So I think it's obvious that they're going to move this to that. Because we like this better, they like this better. It's better for them to monetize this. So it's obvious they're going to move the elk stone to the same as these. You just enhance it with crons to prevent it from downgrading. Everybody's happy. It's a system they already have. They don't need to redesign a new system from the ground up. It fits in nicely. It makes the game easier to understand than trying, new players trying to figure that bullshit out. Maybe even a Splendid. I know I had on this. I have a Splendid exchanges to just a base, but maybe a Splendid will exchange for like a try or something, right? Maybe they'll let it exchange a bit higher. But for just a Vel, they'll probably make it so you need like a Gem of Twilight, right? To add some additional cost. To add some more demand to Caphras again and all that shit. I definitely, if in fact, maybe I should just start saving my Caphras just in case I end up needing that anyways. Time to add sheet AP to artifacts. Hey, you joke, but I bet that's around the corner. Right? That's the power creep. They'll start adding more sheet stats to everything. A Vel in general plus one of the Elkstones? Maybe. They did also seem like they were going to make it so you can still use Krons to enhance the old Elkstones. So it might be kind of like a Karazad type deal, right? Where you can enhance the old way with the Elkstones but have Krons and then exchange it for a higher level. Or you could just go the new path. Enhanceable Elkstones, that's certainly a possibility too. The problem is, Kay, if you've already invested in Karazad, if you deviate from that path and decide to go the Debo path, all of the money you sunk into Karazad is now worthless because there's no way to convert that back to Essences of Dawn. That's honestly something that they really should do this Calpheon Ball, is make it so if you do decide to change paths and go the Debo route, you should be able to melt your enhanced Karazad back into Essences. It's completely obnoxious that they haven't done that yet. The grind weeklies daily. No, I think PA is trying to, and I have evidence for this. I think they recognize that daily chores is something that's going to contribute to fatigue for the player. And that's why, even with the Pit of Undying specifically, they decided to change it to a weekly instead of a daily. Because a weekly chore is like, okay, I got a little bit of time now, not really time to do something else, so I'll go do, you know, a couple of my chores. I honestly think weekly chores are way better than daily ones. I'd honestly prefer no chores, but that's just me. Yeah, no, I know the ones you're referring to. You're talking about the, well, I guess I can't pull it up, but yeah. The one where you get the crystallized energy of end times and stuff. It seems like most quests like that, they've tried to move them towards weeklies instead of dailies. The nice thing, too, about having it weeklies instead of dailies is it doesn't punish your casual player. There's some people who have very busy weeks, and they only really get to play, like, on the weekends or whatever their weekend might be. Maybe they get Monday, Tuesday off, right? But they go do those. When a quest is a weekly, then it's easy for them to fit that in their schedule. But when you have daily chores, not everybody can log in every day and do all their chores, right? And that's what I mean when daily chores contribute to player fatigue. You don't want to feel like you're obligated. Oh, I better log in. I got to make sure I do my dailies. Otherwise, you know, I'm going to slowly fall behind. You don't want players to feel that way. It's worked out very poorly for a lot of other games. There's a lot of people. A good example, too, of it being better to have weekly chores is take a look at all the people who stop. There is a ton of people who couldn't be fucked to do a daily Pit of the Undying. But now that it's a one-time weekly, they're like, hell yeah. Even though the weekly is worth less than doing all of the dailies, right? There's way more people doing the weekly pit than there were people doing the daily pit. Even though technically the daily pit was worth more. Actually, no, they didn't, Kythar. It was way easier before they added the AP changes. They made the mechanics easier, but before the AP changes, you could just use a full AP setup, and I could go through that like 3 times faster than I can now. And you didn't even need to be Giga Geared like me, because the AP cap was pretty aggressive on Pit, but you could use human damage to bypass the cap. So even players fresh out of seasons could cheese the cap pretty easily with human damage. And do it way easier, or at least quicker than it is now. How do you get from Pride to Pen? Just keep doing the weekly in there. You get coins or seals, or I can't remember what the item specifically is, but there's like once you get a certain amount, you can exchange them for the next tier, and then you get the new quest. That's crazy, Valkia. That you were having a drive issue, and then you bought a new drive, and then 3 days later, that same drive, sorry, the new drive had the same issues. If that is in fact what happened, and it isn't something else that caused it, that just hasn't poked its head around again, that is the universe just fucking with you. That's crazy. You get jewels, enough jewels, and then plus the insignia, and you level up. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. That sounds like what I remember. Yeah, Best Buy's pretty good like that with some things. With exchanges. Did you get a refund? When it comes to refunds on PC parts, they're a little bit more of a stickler with it. Especially memory. Because they don't want people going in there and, like, buying a, like, let's say they have a stick of memory that dies, and then they go and buy the exact same one from Best Buy, put the new ones in their PC, and
put their old broken one in the box and say, oh, I just bought this and I want to return. But you actually wanted to drive? Oh, perfect. I don't know. Let's do a little poll in chat. I'm actually curious. I'm pretty confident I know how it's gonna go, but can somebody put up a poll? Do you prefer daily quests or weekly quests? I'm curious what you guys feel about it. And come on, I know there's a ton of you lurkers right now. Let's get as much participation as possible. I guess you guys could just type it in chat. It's not like we need an actual poll. I do genuinely believe most people would prefer weeklies over dailies. Yeah. Daily's just another job. That's what it feels like, right? And then it feels bad when you don't get on that day. You almost feel guilted. It's like, oh, fuck, I didn't get on to do my dailies. Damn it. Where a weekly, you just like, okay, yeah, I'll wait till the weekend. You'll find a time that's convenient for you, where you actually have more time. You don't mind doing it. Why is that even a question? Hey, I had a feeling it was going to be blatantly obvious, but I don't like to assume. Not all dailies should be weeklies, otherwise we'll have too many weeklies. I don't understand how that logic makes any sense. Converting dailies to weeklies means you have less things to do, not more. Monthlies? Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Where are the monthly quests at? Actually, I think monthly would probably be a bad thing, because I would be more likely to forget a monthly. Because I'd do that shit at the beginning of the month, and then the next month would roll in, and I'd be completely forgot about it. Exhibit A, pit going from daily to weekly. Yeah, no, that's it. I don't know if you were just here like 5 minutes ago, but I said the exact same thing. There's so many more people doing the pit weekly now that it is a weekly. There's so many people that just could not. Divios too. You ask him, he couldn't be fucked to do it when it was a daily. It was too much of a chore. But as a weekly, shit's kind of sick now. Even though technically, right, instead of getting what, like 700 or whatever it was before, now you get less. It's way less of a chore. An annually Zephyros quest. What if you could choose? Wait, didn't we have that before? Didn't we have that back with like Giants and Rudums and stuff, where there was like a daily quest or a weekly quest you could pick from? And if you did the weekly quest, then the dailies wouldn't pop up for the rest of the week? I feel like we had something like that in the past. What if they did that? What if you could just choose, okay, I don't want to worry about this for a month, so I'm going to grab the month-long quest. That'd be kind of cool if you had the option to choose either daily, weekly, or monthly. What's next? Yearly? Shit. Make it a decade. I just do it and I don't have to do it for the next 10 years. But it takes you a whole year to get the quest done. You have to kill 1 million mobs. A 1 million mob kill quest. Game's dead then? Hey. People said the game was going to be dead in 5 years. 7 years ago. Still not dead, baby. That's the thing. There's these MMO makers are dog shit. You might want to piss and moan about how badly we have it in BDO, but take a look at all the MMO slop that has come out over the last 20 years. BDO isn't dying until a proper competitor takes over. And I have zero faith in that. Like, when you take a look at just this graveyard of MMO slop that has been released over the last 20 years, I have so little faith in better MMOs coming out. It actually is so fucking rare. Yeah, now it's becoming MMO AI slop. They're all just copying and pasting assets from the Unreal Engine, not even making their own shit anymore. Like, it is so bad, the MMO genre. So, yeah. In order for MMOs to die, a replacement has to come out, and I just don't have any faith in any of these companies putting out replacements. At this point, MMOs should just be single-player games. Because the honeymoon phase is fun. Just have like maybe a multiplayer experience, like campaign game where you play through it, and then once you reach the end, it's over. Because I feel like that's how most people play new MMOs. They play it till they reach endgame, they realize there's nothing for them to do at endgame. Other than just the same circles they were doing in their previous game. Lost Ark, yeah. Even Lost Ark has had its own bumpy road too, though. But Lost Ark kind of has its own niche. BDO has its own niche. Because Lost Ark kind of, it's like a cross between an MMO and a hack and slash, like Diablo or whatever, action RPG or whatever, right? Where BDO is like a cross between like a fighter game and an MMO. So like these games are succeeding because they have their own niche to them. They're a cross between like some other games that people love. But then you have other games that are just straight up trying to copy other MMOs and just failing miserably. Yeah, Where Winds Meet seems like it's a fantastic game, but it's a different game. I don't think it's a replacement for BDO. I think a lot of those people who are playing it, they will eventually. And it obviously depends a lot on the devs, how they want to support it and continuously update it. But it does strike me as a game that once you like 100% it, you're going to be just sitting there waiting for a patch, and then it'll become like more of a side game where you come back to your MMO, you play your MMO, and then when Where Winds Meet comes out with a new patch, you then play that for, you know, a couple weeks until you now accomplish that new stuff. And then you go back to your main MMO. I think that's what it's going to end up becoming. Which is perfectly fine. I think that's like, a lot of people play PoE 2 like that. And by no means would you call, or both Path of Exile, not even Path of Exile 2, but Path of Exile in general. A lot of people play Path of Exile that exact way, right? Where a new ladder starts or league starts, and then people play it for a bit to enjoy it, see what new is added, then they go back to their normal rotation, right? And by no means would you call PoE unsuccessful because of that. I think there's a good chance Where Winds Meet falls into that same category, where it's a fun game to play. Whenever the devs put out a new update, you experience the new stuff, you go back, and then once you're done experiencing it, you go back to your, you know, your other rotation, your normal rotation. Can you sell it? Yeah, you could sell it. Just make sure you don't need it. It's always super annoying to get those things back. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Especially, GVGs. I'm assuming it's guild versus guild or whatever. That could definitely add a much more active replayability to it. I think Where Winds Meet, though, is it's not a game for me, but it does look like it's a fantastic game. Looks like it's a game I definitely understand why people are having fun with it. I think now's the perfect time, too. If you're getting a little bit burnt out on BDO, you got a few more weeks before the Calpheon Ball, so why not take a break and play Where Winds Meet? Come back to grind Dekia Gyphon on your Savior. Hell yeah. You mean on your Seraph? What is the Savior Seraph lore? She's my wife, and you're not allowed to play her. That's the lore. Where did we get Seraph from? Apparently with the pre-registration, when you take a look at your redeemed coupons after you pre-register, it says, like, Seraph in there. Who knows what it ends up actually being, though? Yeah, I've heard a lot of... Ever since they showed that initial picture, I heard a lot of people reference Saber. Yeah. Maybe her wings, her feathers will be her weapon when she awakens. Or that'll be like her awakening weapon, her wings. She'll jump up in the air and throw feathers at you like darts. They do seem to like characters jumping up in the air these days. A Ferrari? Wait a minute. Is it time? Where Winds Meet is a replacement for Crimson Desert? I actually think that will be a much more direct competitor with each other, is Where Winds Meet and Crimson Desert. I'm excited for Crimson Desert, though. This might be a little preemptive to say, especially because I didn't play Where Winds Meet. I have played Crimson Desert. But based off of what I've seen, and this is limited experience, so don't get mad at me for saying this. Or you can get mad at me, who cares. But I think Crimson Desert will be like Where Winds Meet. Maybe not necessarily their content-wise, that's hard to say, but in terms of combat, I think it'll have better combat than Where Winds Meet. But once again, this might be a little... I might be getting ahead of myself saying that. How are they going to milk Crimson Desert? I mean, the same way any of those games do, right? They have DLCs and shit. They'll have probably a microtransaction shop where you can buy effects and stuff. I mean, you shouldn't need an explanation on how games monetize themselves. Games been doing it for ages. It can't be a female in Crimson Desert? I think it's DOA. Hey, you know what? They should figure that out. Them of all people should know that, like, especially with as much experience they have in BDO with releasing male and female classes are always so much more important. So if they don't have, like, a female option for the main character, that is a huge L for them, and they deserve it. Because they have more than enough experience to know that more people gravitate to female characters than male characters. Don't be goofy, Diver. Oh no! You gotta wait one more fucking week for the masterclass rewards, chat. Oh my god, these guys suck. They suck. Ah! Ah, shit. How can they not just give out the rewards? Are they having issues with the Griffin? Is the Griffin, like, buggy? That's the only reason I could see them delaying it, is they're finding issues with the Griffin. Maybe they just suddenly had the realization, oh, wait a minute, these Griffin abilities are too powerful and you're going to be able to grief people grinding, or you're going to be able to use it in Node War and Siege and it's going to be a problem. We got to figure out a way to stop that. But I can't, like, when it comes out to just giving rewards, how complicated could that be? That shit should have been out here a while ago. They're gonna make me what? Arc? Arc? How many of those event tokens do I have? Oh, I've been spending them. I just been keeping buying these. Let's see what we get. These ones are going to be huge. You ready? Boom! Oh, Courser training box. Oops, I didn't hit continuous. 30 crons. Corsair training. Shikatu reward box. Gold bar box. Wait, what's this gold bar box? Ooh, this one's gonna be huge. Yo, half a bill! Absolutely massive. And another 100. I can't delay showing up to my match, but you can delay paying me. Seems fair. Yeah. That's it. This is all because of the patriarchy. Thanks, John. Oh, shit. By the way, you guys, I was wrong. Choice normally streams Tuesday nights, but that little rat decided to not stream so he could do his Solaire games off stream. He cheated you guys. He cheated you. And he normally streams Wednesday mornings lately too, and he's not streaming right now. You know why? Because he's going to be doing AOS tonight off stream. So here's the question. Uh-oh. Do you think he has his girl in his ear when he's in AOS? Oh, man. I mean, if he had a rough night last night, then maybe he did. Yeah, I didn't even see. I wonder how he finished. I think Beevan's been one of the higher ones, right? There's not a lot of Zerkers this season, so there's not as much competition. Where the fuck are Zerkers? Was it at the very top? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Fuck. Oh, OMOP. Oh, so close. How did I forget about OMOP? Despair? Okay. Despair been doing a little bit of that Velk climbing, though. I thought Viven was higher. These guys are going to be playing their asses off tonight, though. They're clearly fighting for rank 1. And if Choice isn't going to be streaming it, they're going to be... both of those guys, I promise you, are going to be playing games like crazy, and they're going to have like every single AOS stream that they can find open on their other monitor, so they can try to spot where the other one's at. Random. You dirty bastard. When is AOS over? Tonight's the last night. Tonight is the last night to queue. And I unfortunately will not have time to play. So I just gotta cross my fingers and pray that the 100th spot doesn't go up over 50 points. Which is pretty unlikely, but you never know, man. People could go crazy tonight. Night vendors coming next week? I don't know. Is there a night vendor event coming next week? I know there was supposed to be one coming eventually. Feeling really good about it. Have you played a single AOS match, Kanjara? How did I guess? This man's gaming the system. What the hell? The people on the last day, they do not have keyboards. The last day is absolutely... There have been seasons, if I remember correctly, where the top 100 has actually dropped points, not increased. Because the last day, people are in despair mode. They start turning their comms off, they're all upset, right? The people who are locked in stop playing, so some of the good teammates are gone, but also good opponents, right? Obviously, if they're not queuing, there's a higher chance of them being on the other team. But yeah, the last day is... Those are some scary queues. I'm actually happy I'm not gonna have a chance to play tonight, because I do not want to get caught in that downward spiral. How did Aurelio finish with his Suck Sage? Anyways, I remember I saw him playing a little bit of Jacko before Node War. Oh my god, he's top 20! Yo, look at that, 73% win rate. Kinda crazy. Look at that. One Suck Sage in a sea of awakens. Actually, where was that other Suck Sage at? There's no shot that man dropped that much. Where the fuck did he go? There was another Suck Sage that was actually doing well. What happened to him? Yeah, Perseid. Where the fuck is he? Oh, is he on another class? What class would he be on? Have to be a striker. Sages play strikers. No. Wiz? Oh yeah, he used to play Wiz, right? He is a Wiz player. Could they please fucking make this alphabetical? No, he's not here. I hate that that list is not alphabetical. It pisses me off to no end. Oh my god. Is he in Zerk? Anyways, it doesn't even really matter where he's at. No, he's on Zerk. If it's alphabetical in KR, yeah, maybe it is, right? And then because of the translations and stuff, it just ends up being fucking random for us. Do they have an alphabet song in other languages, or is that just an English thing? Like, what does the Chinese alphabet song sound like? Or I guess it would be Mandarin, right? Be a long fucking song. It might be. And the tune's the same? Really? Interesting. 3,000 characters? Is it really? Holy. Wait, Osku's streaming? Osku's streaming himself grinding? What is wrong with him? Wait, did I not kill him? Oh, there it is. Yo, what's up, Dodo? The fuck? That's not what I meant to click. God damn it. Started to grind Kadri finally. I never did a whole lot of Kadri. I heard it's a pretty solid spot. DTS not working? What do you mean? Did you guys not hear that? Because I heard that. Try again. You heard it that time, right? It sounds like your wife. Your wife clearly isn't home. Do you have me on the speakers? Hey! Hey! Mid-diver dude's wife. You should go check what your husband just typed. Yeah, you're in trouble now. Do you have me on the speakers? You're in trouble. Actually, let me try that again. Where's the yapper? I think I might have figured out why sometimes the sound doesn't come through for you guys. No, it's working now. Interesting. I don't know why then. I don't know why you didn't hear it before. I thought maybe it was because I had it minimized to the tray. That's why you didn't hear it. Tasha. Is your wife or girlfriend's name Natasha? Is that short for Natasha? That's my daughter's name. Zephyros to lava frogs? Zephyros is lava frogs, so they are in fact identical. Do you mean Tenebrom? I had a feeling that's what you meant. Tenebrom drops more of the Han crystals and less of the... Why can't I open that? There we go. Less heralds. Where lava frogs drops more heralds and less Hans. That's the primary difference between the two. How to remove a sage bullying you. Change channels? I mean, if you don't want to fight him anymore, just swap channels. The heck is going on? He comes to you. Just every time he shows up, swap. It's going to be a lot more effort for him to come to you than you to just swap. Oh, if you're on Arsha, just swap off Arsha. If you don't want a PvP, don't be on Arsha. That's all there really is to it. Think of it this way. Imagine you're at a concert and you decide to go into the mosh pit. Now imagine if while in the mosh pit you started getting mad at everybody bumped you that was bumping into you. Stop it! I'm trying to enjoy the music. Stop bumping me. Just don't go in the mosh pit. Alright? Don't do that. If you don't want to be bumped around, don't go to the mosh pit. Two teeth and glasses? Goddamn. I have a feeling that part wasn't by accident. I was close to the stage, and when he jumped around, he really pushed me on someone, and the guy punched me. So I ran into him with no brakes, and he hit the metal bar. Ooh. Yeah, mosh pit can get rowdy. Moshing at Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. Oh, jeez. Maybe he's friends with the other guy. Maybe he's already spent lots of time fighting the other guy and now he wants to fight you. Doesn't matter what his reason is. The only thing that does matter is you're on Arsha. If you don't want a PvP, then get off Arsha. But it doesn't matter what his reason is for attacking you or not attacking the other guy. That is completely irrelevant. Just play a classic Hunter Sage. Like Sage, actually. Fucking Kuno and Awakened Ninja. They are a fucking problem. They will outstam the hell out of you. If they know the Sage matchup, they will dominate you. 1v1. You were on a timer for some YOLO grabs. Can Mystic dominate Sage? Awakened Mystic can do well, yeah, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a dominating matchup. No matter what, it's going to be a tough matchup, depending on the Sage too and how good he is. Who is the Sage? I know you play on EU. If it's a good Sage and you're just a mediocre player, then it doesn't matter if you're on Ninja, Kuno, Mystic, or any class that maybe has an advantage against it 1v1. They're probably still going to beat you, right? I mean, you could just message him too, right? As long as you haven't been shit-talking him, then it's not going to be personal. If somebody's attacking you on Arsha and you fought them a bunch of times, you could always just be like, hey, yo, good fights, you whooped my ass. I'm going to go back to grinding though, if you don't mind. And if he still insists on attacking you, then just swap channels off Arsha, right? Because you obviously don't want a PvP, he does. And Arsha's designed to be PvP'd on, not to be PvE'd on. The PvE is just meant to be the bait, right? For the channel. But most of the time, if you're respectful to the person, just be like, yo, I'm tired getting my ass whooped, good fights. They'll then move on. But yeah, if somebody comes and attacks you on Arsha and you start shit talking them, you better be prepared to run into them a lot more, because every time they see you get a drop on that channel, they're gonna come out to fuck with you. 0 words by both of us. There you go. Just say to him, "Yo, good fights. I'm tired of getting my ass kicked. If you don't mind, I'm gonna get back to grinding." And like I said, he'll either leave you. He'll most likely leave you alone. But if he doesn't, then you just swap. That's it. I mean, lots of people fish in this game, and lots of people have the same fishing holes. That doesn't really matter. If you're always on the same channel as him, like if he's on Arsha, there's no reason for him to swap off Arsha just to fish. So you guys just happen to have the same fishing hole. That doesn't mean shit. Once again, if you don't want PvP, don't go on Arsha. That's really, it's as simple as that. But you say you don't mind PvP, so then, like, if you're tired of fighting him, like I said, just use your words. In a fraction of the effort you've spent trying to explain and justify the situation in my chat, you could have just messaged him and been like, "Yo, good fights. I'm going to get back to grinding if you don't mind." And that would have taken a fraction of the effort you put into typing this whole story in my chat. Yeah, I mean, if he's not there now, then you don't need to worry about it, right? Just the next time he comes out. If you're respectful to people, you know, there's an extremely high likelihood that they'll be respectful back. Yeah. Let's talk amplified crystals. Uh-oh. What are we talking about them? You don't know shit about them? Oh, you just use crystallized energy of end times to make your light stones even more powerful. All of them? At least all of the offensive and defensive ones. I don't think you can upgrade the life ones. If you go to the market and go to the lightstone section, you can see, right? So, like, if you go to fire here, scroll down, you'll start seeing amplified, amplified, amplified. Like, those are the ones that you'll be able to get amplified versions of, right? If you actually place your orders on the central market while on Arsha, you have a higher chance to win your orders. One cadre for Debo 33. Huh? You want a cadre, 4 Debos in 33 minutes. Yo. Ooh, I'm gonna die here. Nothing really out of the ordinary for me. It's been a pretty uneventful grind so far today. You know what the best thing is about tomorrow being US Turkey Day? Is I don't have to deal with these goddamn community managers in my chat making fun of me while I do my clicks. Oh wait, never mind, that's the US. It's normally the EU GMs and CMs in here. God damn it, never mind. Ah. I just realized it's normally Ronin and Etsu and Gahaz and Laffy in here, and they're all EU fuckers. Oh my goodness. Tomorrow we go crazy. We get 3 out of our 5 clicks and we get an Oct armor. Because I stream EU hours? Yeah, I have nobody to blame but myself. Sometimes I wonder if I would have been better off playing on EU. I'd actually be able to do Node War and AOS and all that shit on stream. Can I say when I click? Oh, I usually do it first thing when I start my stream in the morning. I go out, I'll do Kafras, we'll do our clicks, and then that'll set the tone for the rest of the day. What time is my morning? 10? I usually... It'll be somewhere between 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So if you're CST, that'll be like... what? 3:30 your time? Somewhere between there. So you missed today, or... Well, I mean, it's a weekly quest. It's not a daily, so I didn't do any clicks today. But every Thursday I do it. Tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow, I'll click them tomorrow. And then I'll be pissed for the rest of the day. Oh, shit. Any any requirement for you to come to EU server? No, 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 I'm not going there. Are you kidding me? Ew. Ew. You can't spell Europe without ew. Sorry. Oh, God, I'm such a funny fucker. No, you're not. Shit. Wait, did I ignore your Prime sub? Yo, I'm sorry. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Was I yapping about something? Yo, I appreciate you though. Or are you just playing? Did you not Prime sub and you're just trying to get a free thank you? I was having some monologue. Oh shit. Oh, I remember seeing the dono wall in chat. I was like, huh? The? Yo, I appreciate it though. Thank you very much for the sub. Time. Shut up. I can't wait to do the new Apex tomorrow. That's his name, right? Apex Chengui. Oh shit, I should rebuff before my villa runs out and I get CC'd. I don't know if they're ever gonna do anything with like the crystal tiers, right? Heite, Garen, Bongwang. You think they eventually make like a combo one? They should have used those to upgrade your wand, bonds, and gins or something. I don't know. Melt them for magic shards. That'd be cool, actually. Because my magical shard supply is depleting quite rapidly. Yo, the turkey spawned! Turkey! I don't know how much time I have to finish this cycle, though. I don't think I'm going to bother with the turkey today. Yeah, I agree, Kanjara. That seems like a big waste, though. Why would you want a 10-hour buff that's just going to tick away on you unless you never play that character in anything else? Oh my god.
I love this radio and drops only channel. I mean, could you imagine sitting here, watching a guy kill the same mob over and over, and actually enjoy seeing that? I mean, the chair has to smell like wet sausages and Wendy's chili. Anyways, I'll see myself out.
Wendy's chili is delicious. I like my homemade chili better than Wendy's chili, though. But Wendy's chili, actually, well, you probably don't have this there, but Tim Hortons makes really good chili. I'm doing pretty good on base demos today. Can I turn in that guild mission? Yeah, I can. Are these large missions the biggest ones? There is no extra large anymore, right? Oh, I just don't have it checked. There we go. I didn't realize there was a checkbox there until I looked over it. Oh shit, now I got this guild crap in my inventory. God damn it. What did I hand that shit in for? I gotta wait till I go to a save zone to put that into storage.
Hey, talk with Alex. That's our.
Right back, chat. First mistake was buying an AMD CPU? Huh? AMD CPUs are dominating Intel for gaming these days. I'd understand AMD GPU, but CPU, they're killing it these days. Way better than Intel for gaming. If your CPU usage is not exceeding 30%, that implies that you have a bottleneck somewhere else. Also, games in general can't do activities in parallel because it has to wait for certain activities. For example, right? When it comes to rendering shadows or reflections, first, it can't do all of the reflections and shadows at the exact same time. First, it needs to figure out where the light source is, where it's pointing. Then it can do the first reflection, then possibly a second reflection. These things can't be done in parallel. And because of this, you're not going to have an even distribution of load across all of the cores of your CPU. It's going to typically diminish as it goes down because only the stuff that can be done in parallel will get passed on to further things. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting for previous things to finish while it works on before it can work on the next task, right? So you're never going to have a perfectly even distribution across all the cores of your processor while you're playing. So if you have a processor with a ton of cores and you have all those cores turned on, it is going to look like your CPU usage is in fact lower. You'll never cap it out at 100% while gaming. Tonight is the last night to do Solaire. My wife made a little taco salad for lunch, but I wanted a little bit more, but we didn't have a Southwest ranch. So I actually went upstairs there, and I took normal ranch, and I mixed it with peri peri sauce. It's actually really fucking good. Ranch mixed with, yeah, ranch mixed with taco seasoning is like a Southwest ranch, and it's really good. At least that's what they call it here, Southwest ranch. I don't know why I didn't think of that though. I legit have taco seasoning in my cupboard. I could have made Southwest ranch, but for some reason I decided to try the peri peri. I'm not mad at it though. It's actually delicious. Fried pickles are so good too, by the way. Holy. I haven't had a fried pickle in a long time. Tips spears? Huh. Yeah, every time I've had a fried pickle, it was in a spear shape, not the chips. Interesting. Fried pickle? Yeah, it's basically just like a dill pickle. They dip it in a batter and then they fry it. It's really good. You've only had it in chips? Okay. I've only had it in spears. Major health violation? Hey, anything in fried is a health violation. You don't touch anything fried because you're worried about your health. Huh. Yep. I'm assuming it's those pickles. That's how it is here. Just like a typical dill pickle, right? Like I said, I've had it cut in spears. I've never had it cut like chips. So spears would be lengthwise, right? Typically in eighths, where chips would be just like, oh, in chip shape. Typically, you got to get them fresh out of the fryer too, right? You got to pat them dry as possible, and then batter them, drop them in the fryer, and then eat them immediately. Because you know, pickles in general tend to be a little juicy. And if you leave it, the batter's probably just gonna get soggy. Really good fried pickle recipe if you want. I typically don't fry things at the house here unless it's in the air fryer. I find it extremely wasteful to have like I just don't fry things very often, and like even if I want to make like French fries in the past, like filling a pot with oil just to use it once, to whether it was frying for like fish and chips or whatnot, just always felt so wasteful. Not to mention bad for me, so. Unless it's something I can make in the air fryer and have equally good results, I'm not much of a fryer. Is it bad to reuse the oil? I think it depends what you fry in it. But now that's a big hassle. If you're just doing fries in it, you could probably reuse it quite a bit. But you don't want it to sit too long either, right? After you've used it, because now it does have potential contaminants in it. But then you need to get a good container. You gotta wait for the oil to cool down before you put in there. A funnel, probably use like some type of strainer to make sure you get any particulates out of it. And then you got to make sure you use the oil within reuse the oil within a reasonable amount of time. You don't want it sitting in your cupboard for months. But I'm also kind of a stickler when it comes to whatever I put in my body in terms of food. If there is even the remote chance that something's spoiled, I don't do it. I won't eat it. Because one of the biggest things is, right, whenever it comes to any type of infection, whether it's you know, a foodborne illness or even just like a virus or something like that, most of the time, it's your own negligence that puts it into your body. From either not washing your hands before you eat, or touching your face or your mouth or anything like that, right? And, you know, if you're just careful with what you put into your body, you can dramatically reduce how often you get sick. Just taking more care with that. Potato wedges with a nice salsa balsamico marinade yesterday. Damn, that sounds nice. I love making homemade wedges. What I'll do for my homemade wedges is I'll wash them, cut them into wedges, skin still on because I like how crispy the skin gets. And the water that I briefly boil them in will be like very salty to put some salt flavor into the wedges. And then I will just get them to the point where the edges start fraying, right? Like getting all kind of mushy, but they don't break apart. And then I will pull them out, put them onto a baking sheet, spread them out so they can cool off and air dry and get as dry as possible. And then I will either like make them in the oven in oil or in the air fryer. I'll, you know, toss them in the seasonings and stuff I want and then make them. And you get really nice little crispy edges because you did that little pre-boil. But I've done them in the oven where I'll like make like olive oil, like a seasoning and olive oil and butter and put them in like a casserole dish and bake them in the oven and toss them regularly. Or just toss them in the seasoning and put them in the air fryer and toss them regularly. Keep a little bit of the oil to the side to occasionally, you know, put a little bit more on them if it seems like they're getting a little dry. Or just drop them in oil. They give you a Christmas bonus? Oh my god. Chat, where's my Christmas bonus? Chat? Chat? Oh, I guess it's still November. You guys are probably still figuring out what my bonus is gonna be. My balls? What? That's the smallest bonus ever! Jesus. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Harry Turkeymas, thanks for the pearls from Cat.
What the hell? Yo, Pete. Oh my goodness. I was just kidding. That was so generous. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kel. I wonder why it did the text-to-speech there, though. At the same time the audio was rolling. It should wait till that shit finishes. I probably got to manually input a delay that is the length of the audio clip. It's probably what the problem is there. No, we're a long way from Christmas. It's still over a month, or almost a month away.
It goes.
By the way, what do you guys think of that new X or Twitter thing where it shows the location of the poster? Now we see so many of these basically bot accounts that were posing as something that they're clearly not. It's kind of comical. That shit is so funny. Is it completely disabled already? I feel like that's a huge W. I think that should stay. Tap LMB. If you just want to drop immediately, as long as Judgment isn't on cooldown, you just instantly tap LMB and they'll use Judgment. Oh, excuse me. Yo, what's up? Just chilling. Been a pretty uneventful grind today. In terms of like crons and stacks and silver, I'm over 6 trillion. Yeah, I have a problem. We might need an intervention. When are you guys gonna intervene here? It went to Nava on 14 tabs? Shit. That's a W. Now you gotta get a stack ready for deck. Yeah. And they ended up delaying the rewards too, so now everybody has to wait another week to get the masterclass rewards. Or awards. Rewards? Awards? I don't understand why that shit keeps getting delayed. I'm assuming it has something to do with the Griffin. Yeah. No, now's a good time to fuck around with Where Winds Meet. Nothing really going on BDO. AOS is about to end too, so like there's legit gonna be nothing going on in BDO for like the next 2.5 weeks, so perfect time to fuck around with Where Winds Meet. Campy Flagry is already in warning yellow phase 2. It actually gets really likely to blow soon. I thought I saw something about a volcano in, was it Africa or something that, like, is that what you're talking about? What are you talking about, Genius? Griffin eggs took longer to hatch than expected, yeah. Enlave. They were trying to incubate them and realized that it was Enlave's head they were incubating. They accidentally forgot to put a proper egg in there. I should have saved that joke for tomorrow when Enlave's actually in here. Yeah, top 100 and chill. Yeah, that was, I've had no time to play. I had last Saturday where I played a ton. But then I was gone Sunday, Monday. Well, Monday night I got back and I managed to squeeze in like 5 games. And then that was it. Last night I had no time and tonight I have no time, so. I'm hoping I'm chilling. At the end of the day, I mean, I already have my outfit on my Sage. It would be cool to have one ready on Savior just in case I end up really liking her. Female characters, they typically tend to gravitate towards more revealing outfits, where I like my female characters to be more clad in armor. I think it looks more badass. So at least I know, like, if I have the Solaire Knight outfit for Savior, I'll have like a fully cladded armor setup for her. The one you meant is in Ethiopia? Oh, okay, got you. Yeah. Yeah, there's always the Adania. So yeah, I'm not sweating it too much, but I think I have like 50-ish points above the 100 spot, so I think I'm good. I don't know if we've ever seen an AOS season raise 50 points on the last day. But if for some reason it does, I'm not sweating it. By another week. Not just by a week, by another week. They might as well just give everybody who participated a Griffin. Oh, you are a real piece of shit, Beefy. I like it. Start with Armin, too. He didn't participate. He didn't sign up. What a loser. He can't even use casting as an excuse, because Biseptimus casted. You see Huntler dummy that man? Wait, dummy what man? Oh, in that game? Huntler's playing his fucking ass off. Holy fuck. Huntler was going crazy last night. I went to bed after that match, but I was like, holy shit. Huntler 100% carried that game. No fucking doubt. On such a weak class, too. Yeah, imagine. Yeah. Well, just gonna say, I have it on record on stream. The very last AOA practice session I did with Calb, I won 10-9. The very last AOS game I played was against Calb, and we won that too. So, yep. Take that, Calb. Everybody in BDO knows nobody gives a fuck about the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 100th, 1000th fight. It's only the last fight that ever counts. That's it. Period. I rest my case, Your Honor. Can you go play out back? Just a heads up, chat. In about 20 minutes here, I need to take a brief AFK. Probably be about 15, 20 minutes. We need some big drops, chat. Where are the big drops at? Oh, another little Debo. At least the Debos have been streaming in today. Imagine if they make it so you can use embers of the primordial on the Elkstone. No shot they do that, but imagine. That'd be perfect fucking timing for me. Oh my god. You're gonna catch a ban one of these days. The worst part is now, every time I hear that sound and then I see it coming with your name beside it, I can only picture one thing. Fucking miserable. Like you just entered the room. It's like we're just all chilling in a sauna, and you fucking walk in there, you drop your towel and just start fucking swinging, and we're like, God damn it, Dragor, cut that shit out! Ain't nobody want to see your wiener. By the way, where you been in the mornings, Dragor? I feel like you're always popping in the afternoon now. Sleeping? The hell? How late you sleeping? Or are you on the West Coast? If that's the case, then it's like 10 a.m. You know, assuming you don't jump on the computer the second you wake up. That gives you time to wake up, have a shower, eat, kind of get your day started. So a couple hours there, which means you're waking up at like 8 a.m., 7 a.m. That's perfectly fine. It's noon right now? Oh, shit. Never mind. Still in bed on your laptop? Oh my god. That makes that sound effect so much worse. Why did you have to go and say that for? Gregor, I hope you've been training. I'm still waiting for you to take that VIP. I want to see you wear the crown. Hey kiddo, can you pick up that shovel and put it up against the wall? Yeah, just so it doesn't get buried by snow. Alright. Thank you, kiddo. Yeah, win streaks are only supposed to be like +2 points for like 3 consecutive wins or more, and then like up to 4 or 5 points for like 5 consecutive wins or more. And the average fluctuation between games, I think, is supposed to be anywhere between 14 to 26. So yeah, 20 is perfectly fine, right? What that basically means is you would have earned 18 points, but because you streaked, you got 18. It's not based off of your last game, though. The amount of points you earn per game is based off of your current opponents and their elo. If if there's more elo on the other team than yours, then you will win on average more points for that game, right? You will win more points for that game, and you will lose less. Where the reverse is true, if you have more higher rated people on your team and they have less, then you will lose more on a loss and win less on a win. So first that calculation is done. Then once it's done that calculation of how many points you should win, then if you win and you get a streak, you get +2 points on top of that. So the amount of points you got in the previous game is completely irrelevant to the conversation. Or completely irrelevant to the amount of points you earn in the next game. If you have a screenshot of both games and it shows like all the players, all 6 players are basically within the exact same 100 points of each other. Like if there's people on both sides who are 1400, 1500, 1600, and it's like perfectly balanced in both games, then that could certainly make you, raise an eyebrow like, okay, what's going on here? This doesn't really make sense. But I imagine there's enough deviation to accommodate that point difference. That still does, too, allow you to speculate that maybe there was a bigger point difference that just didn't happen to be within 100 point multiples, right? Maybe everybody on one team was within like the first 10 points of a 100 set, where everybody on the other team was like near the end, right? Like they were just like one game from pushing over into the next. So there could be nearly a 300 point difference between the two teams, but it isn't represented by the icons. Could also just be a server? What do you mean? If you're just talking about an error, then there's no point having a conversation, because when it comes to the internet, you could just say everything's an error. I think it's worth first to try to, do some deductive reasoning as to why things are different, right? If you just chalk everything up to an error, then you never learn anything. They should permanently do something for Agris? No, I think Agris is fine. You don't have to grind with Agris. Agris is nice. Agris is supposed to be a catch-up mechanic. Agris shouldn't be permanent. I think Agris is perfectly fine. Myself. Because if they just make Agris permanent, then what's the point of even having it to begin with? All it does is drive inflation then. Agris is meant to be a tool for people who don't get to play as much, to make their 1 or 2 hours they get to play a day more valuable than the person who's sitting there grinding 6-7 hours a day. If all of a sudden you make it so that people like me have Agris all day, now all of a sudden Agris doesn't serve any purpose anymore. Okay, after this AFK phase, I gotta quickly jump out. But, yeah, I mean, if we, back to our conversation, right? If we take a look at the games where I want a decent amount, right? We want a good amount of points. Let's see, we have 3, 2, 3, 3, 1, and then I guess that'd be 4. So that averages out to approximately the same as this game, which is 3, 3, 3, and 3, 2, 2, 3, 3. Right? Because it's about the difference between the two teams. And it might not go based off of just the individual tick. It actually might add up the ratings. So even though, like, for example, in this game, right, it just shows me 3, I'm actually 3.5, right? 3 and almost 6/10. So it might actually be factoring in even that little bit and just adding that up as a total and then comparing those to each other. So that difference there could be a total of 200-point difference, nearly a 300-point difference between the two teams, even though the ratings themselves might look perfectly balanced, right? But a 300-point difference could be the difference between you getting an extra 2 points or not. Or extra 3 points, or losing an extra 3 points. It would be cool if they actually showed us the math on how that was calculated. It would also be cool if maybe, like, if you moused over it, right? Instead of just seeing this icon, if you moused over it, it would actually show you what their exact rating was. Because then we could do that deduction ourselves. Okay, I will be back, chat. I gotta go AFK for about 10-15 minutes. Now, there is one time, though, that doesn't make any sense. Where Kaj... Where is it? Maybe he just typed it in chat. Maybe he didn't type it in Discord. Okay, yeah, here it is. So according to the rules, the point rules, when they adjusted it, you should be able to earn anywhere between a minimum of 12 to a maximum of 28 points, depending on the point differential between the ELO differential between the two teams, right? Now, that would imply that on a win streak, if the minimum without a win streak is a 12-point gain, then that means on a win streak, you should never earn... Wait. Wait, this adds up perfectly fine. Was Cadge just not doing the math? Wait, the fourth match should be 17 points. Why would it have to be 17? He was only streaking with one. He only got a +2, so that adds up properly. The fuck was he mathing here? Why? Where's he getting this 5 from? He's assuming that he had a... Oh, wait. Change the win streak bonus to be awarded at 2, 4, and 8. Oh, okay, it's not 5. It's 2, 4, and 8 wins. Not 2, 5, and 8. So on his 4th win... Maybe it's after the 4th win, so, like, you need the 4th win to unlock it, and then the 5th win you start getting the extra points? I don't know. We need more data for whatever he's showing me to be conclusive. Anyways, I'll be right back. But the implication he was trying to draw there is the win streak bonus just wasn't working. It would have been interesting if he had a 5th game there that showed too few points, because then I could definitely see PA being like, okay, yeah, after you hit a 4 streak bonus, then you get the bonus. It's not on the 4th win, it's after the 4th win. I could totally see PA doing it that way. Okay, I will be back, chat. Damn, we're actually chunking away at this XP today. What the fuck? Okay, chat, calm down. Why are you guys yapping so much while I'm gone? Jesus. Do you guys have no self-control? Oh, shit, actually I missed something. What are you guys up to, chat? What is going on? A very annoying work issue? Ugh. The Highlands? Shit. I remember when that place first came out, it was actually super cool. It actually felt kind of epic, like you're fighting a big boss. Was reading that save your pre-registration stuff, can't understand how it works. I think you just give like your email and stuff. Why's my phone vibrating? What's going on here? Can't sync data, check your connection. What the fuck? Why the fuck are you trying to sync data to begin with? The fuck is my phone trying to sync with? KGB. Because the difference with the alternative is minimal at best. And doesn't warrant the extra cost. I would rather have a comfier grind than a grind that's barely making any more money. Because it effectively costs you 90 mil an hour to run deep seas. Which is approximately 3% of your income. So you gotta ask yourself, is a deep sea making you at least 3% more? And if it's making you 3% more, then you're just breaking even. So what's the point? So it has to make you more than 3%. More silver per hour. Right? Because if you're making 3 bill an hour at the grind spot, and it costs you 90 million an hour to use deep seas, and that's 3% of your income. Although calcs aren't free, so I mean, if you want to get even more precise, you would also subtract the value of the calc, which is approximately 15 mil. So I guess it's ultimately like 2.66% of your, or 2.5%. Yeah, 2.5% of your income. So, yeah, I'd rather have a more comfy grind. The extra DR goes a long way. Yeah, if you're not reaching the AP cap, then you should definitely be using Courages or whatever. Getting within a reasonable distance of the cap is far more important. Specifically the recommended AP too, which is like 2080 or 1980, I think, right? That does remind me, though, I should stock up on Courages and Deep Seas with Solaire ending. You never know, we could end up having a year without Solaire. Is it the requirement? No, it's the recommended. You can come out here and grind before then. Right? I'm pretty sure it's labeled as recommended. Let me double check. Yeah, recommended. Sorry, sometimes I could be a little nitpicky with words. Not that it really matters. But yeah, I find as long as you're hitting the recommended, that's what's important. If you're hitting the recommended without buffs, then your Z buff will get you to the cap with buffs, right? I don't think it's a coincidence that our Z buff gives 30 AP, and the cap is 30 AP above the recommended. I genuinely think that's by design. You aim for the recommended so you get the most effectiveness out of your Z buff. Oh yeah, double red buff, eh? 2 more sheet AP as well. I was wondering why I felt like I had more AP than usual. I love those buffs. Also, because I'm using a calc, I'm able to hit max resist here with an adamantine and 2 fortitudes. So that actually frees up 1 more crystal slot for a damaged crystal. So that helps make up a bit of the damage I'm losing by not having an offensive draft. Let's see, how many courages do I have? Oh shit, people are already on top of it. And then, how many deep seas do I have? I have plenty of deep seas. I don't need to buy any more of those. Yeah. Yeah, look. Sage is a pretty squishy class too, so a little bit of DR goes a long way. Choices live, checkmate? Yeah. He's been streaming for a few hours. Maybe he starts at 11 or something. The current duration for decay, it depends on how high rated you are. If you're shining or lower, there is no decay. If you're twilight, which is purple, 1800 or above, then I think it's every... If you don't play for 3 days, then on the 4th day you decay. And I think it's like 30 points or 20 points. I can't remember above that. If you open up AOS, I mean, I could find out for you. And you click this arrow, it'll actually bring up all the information for you. And then you scroll down. I'm fucking stuck on this fucking tree stump. There we go. Okay, da-da-da-da. There's the win streaks. Here you go. If you do not participate for 2 days, so this is incarnate, you'll lose 50 the next day. If you do not participate for more than 2 days, then 40, and for Twilight, for 3 days, 30. How are you, Menzies? I'm just chilling, getting my grind on today. Getting a little grinderino on. Your DPS sheets for Wukong were wrong? I think the DPS is huge. Wukong does great damage. You don't need a sheet to tell you that, do you? How would I know? What do you mean? I see Wukong's grind. I see Divio's grind. That class is an insane grinder. What's up, Kel? You saw him 5 hours ago. I was streaming 6 hours ago, Menzie. You telling me you waited 6 hours before you pop in here and say hi to me? You dumb bitch. I'm about to give Cal the sword to smite you down. Yeah, you never know, Menzie. You could have missed the last opportunity to ever talk to me again. Speaking of which, I don't know if you guys remember Kelladorn. Used to frequent a bunch of streams, but he passed away. And from what I understand, oh no, don't die to the mobs. Why does this spot do this? I fucking hate the fact that the good thing that most of the mobs are dead. From what I understand, his nephew, who apparently plays the game, is going to arrange a little in-game service for him. So, I told him to keep me posted, let me know when it is. Try to make sure I make an appearance. Because Kelladorn was a nice guy. Ark, what are you doing typing in choices chat? You get back here right now. Right now! If it weren't for your background music, I'd be sleeping hard. Damn. So instead you're sleeping soft? Sorry. Yo, Cal, open up your mail. Open up your mail. I deleted it. Shit. Calb's about to be pissed. It must be some type of issue with the Griffin, because I can't see any reason why they would have to delay giving out crons and fucking items. So it must be some issue they discovered with the Griffin. But yes, they pushed it back another week. You know what, Cal? You should formally complain and tell them that they might as well just give it to Old Man Zeth at this point. Queue up, buddy. You have 5 hours left. What are you talking about? He has 5 hours left. AOS doesn't open for another 3.5 hours. Changing the title to be better. Holy. How high are you right now to think that's a possibility? You're all Europeans now? No, that's only me first thing in the morning. Bow, wow. Oh, I don't know, Yado. You're asking something that was forever ago. I don't think it was that long. I think it was like 30, 40 hours. If I'm not mistaken, I got it within like the first week or something. Maybe it was the second week. Ooh, Carl doing some last minute queuing on Deadeye. What do you do with them? You bender them. They're worth $1 billion silver. I always keep one for a backup and then I sell the rest. Because you never know when one breaks. And they're a large enough difference while grinding out here that you definitely don't want to have to go without one, so. I just keep a backup in my bag, my crystal bag. Right, I got the 2 in there. Just in case. Just in case. Is Deadeye a good grinder? Define good. Because according to the community, if a class isn't the best grinder, then it's the worst. And I know it's not the best grinder. Is it a perfectly reasonable grinder? I'm not entirely sure the answer to that. Why? Huh? What the fuck? I was like twice in... What is going on? The spot's trying to get me killed. Also, why are my pets being slow as fuck? I have my wrong pets out. Is it freezing for you? Is it my connection? It couldn't possibly be me, especially considering I was complaining about it. Buff Deadeye? I don't know about that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if survivability is an issue for Deadeye while grinding. I could see that being an issue, since it is mostly SA. There's a decent amount of forward guards? Oh, okay, maybe it's not an issue then. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it has the Marnie realms for, not Marnie realms, Marnie rounds for AoE. I am just very desensitized to people complaining about how their class grinds. Because people will act like their class is legit the worst when it's still way above average. I'm not saying that Deadeye is the case for that, but we just have people doing that for so long when there's classes that are far worse than theirs. And it just makes me completely desensitized to any complaining around PvE. Especially since those complaints, those irrational complaints, have put us in this situation now where we're stuck with 5% grind spots. Because the only way that they found to make it appealing or make the grind difference reasonable between classes is to put hard caps on the spots. I don't care if some classes grind 40% faster than other classes. What I would prefer is if that grind speed was more related to the amount of effort you had to put into the grind. I didn't care when Awakened Nova was grinding 50% faster than everyone else, because nobody was grinding on it, because nobody wanted to put in the effort. I didn't care when Suck Ninja was one of the best grinders, because it required a lot of effort. I did care when Awakened Guardian was one of the best grinders, because it required no effort. So, like, I don't care if some classes grind faster than others, as long as it's more related to the amount of effort of the grind versus anything else. Yeah, she's solid. With how a lot of these spots are designed now, it's not even so much the difference between classes at tower spots is quite marginal in terms of yield. The primary difference is effort. So now it creates this environment. If your yield is going to be relatively close no matter what you play, then why would you play something that requires more effort? You might as well just play one that's super chill. No risk of dying. Very minimal inputs. Just a very static rotation instead of a priority system. And then you can just put Netflix on your other monitor and half pay attention to the game.
Everybody knows muscle is only what counts grinding.
Imagine your maid would pop out in game and just be like, LOL, you just jumped the loser. Yeah. Calb would jump and then quickly lay down on the ground so his maid came out stepping on him. Right on his balls. And it would be a Zerker maid. Hype fucking shit. Wait, what? Oh shit. Vast majority is from fishing, not from grinding. They should have made it so you get some of those from doing AOS. You should get event items from AOS. Why not? Maybe I should sell some cups. Look at that. Ooh, look at all those billies. I could get a little quick little 15 billion silver injection there. Upgrade? Wait a minute. How do you upgrade them again? Oh, with Essences of Dawn. Oh my god, you like double the money. What? That's like 30 bill! Although it's like, it costs like 2 bill to upgrade it. It won't sell. You might be right, actually. Oh, I don't know. That's still profit right there. That means you're selling it for like 7 bill, right? If you take away the cost of it. Yeah, this one. Oh my goodness. It definitely will eventually sell at max. Well, chat, I probably should call it here. My daughter stayed home from school today because it was a snow day. But I do need to get them to dance in 2 hours. And I should make sure that they eat some dinner and stuff before we go. So I think I'm going to go hang out with them for a little bit. And then make some dinner. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, fuck. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And we'll be back tomorrow to do some more clicks. Good luck with your AOS, you guys, if you plan on playing tonight. It's the last night. I'm unfortunately not going to have any time to play, but I'm at 1759, so, you know, as long as it doesn't go up more than 51 points, which I don't think it's ever done on the last day, I should be good. I'm hoping. If not, not a big deal. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will be back tomorrow. See you later. I guess I should find someone to raid, huh? Let's see. Oh, maybe I'll send you guys over to Horsey. He's streaming some, oh, never mind. I was going to say AOS, but he's actually doing some open world PvP on Arsha right now. Thanks for hanging out, though. Catch you all later.